Check. Okay, yes, no problem.
Here's the what to with your.
Yeah, we need to test it first, and then we can mix until the.
Here's your, just press this.
Yeah.
Your mic.
Okay. So do we want to test it up there first, or okay?
Cesar will take care.
Thank you so much. So I'm all the way on the right. Ooh, I came out very loud. Loud and clear. So it's good? Okay. So now we can mute.
morning, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to the 11th Better Air Quality Conference.
Good discussion, good oral sessions, lots of knowledge sharing, and please educate the clean air here even more so that we can do that.
I would like to add to the warm welcome to this edition of the Better Quality, also from the side of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. We're very happy to have teamed up with Clean Air Asia and the Asian Development Bank, and really a special thanks to the Asian Development Bank for hosting us here at the Excellent Corporation.
We're certainly focused on tackling reducing greenhouse gas emissions in line with what science says is necessary, so halving by 2030.
Our aim isn't just to discuss these issues, but to work towards solutions, foster effective collaboration, and drive substantial change. It's a call for unity, a call to learn, and a call to take decisive action.
Together, we can create a brighter and healthier future for ourselves and the next generations in the Asia and the Pacific.
We highlight that we want always to expand monitoring networks, but it is equally important that access to data is also easy. So that's most important, that they go hand in hand. And at the same time, when there is that access to data, the public is informed of the risks and they are also empowered to be part of the solutions.
The governance and enforcement part is really important. You cannot get to them without understanding what are the consequences of your air quality situation. You need to do air quality plans.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to the 11th Better Air Quality Conference.
Good discussion, good oral sessions, lots of knowledge sharing, and please educate the clean air here even more so that we can do that.
I would like to add to the warm welcome to this edition of the Better Air Quality, also from the side of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. We're very happy to have teamed up with Clean Air Asia and the Asian Development Bank, and really a special thanks to the Asian Development Bank for hosting us here at the Institute of Cooperation.
We're certainly focused on tackling reducing greenhouse gas emissions in line with what science is necessary, so halving by 2030.
Our aim isn't just to discuss these issues, but to work towards solutions, foster effective collaboration, and drive substantial change. It's a call to unity, a call to learn, and a call to take decisive action.
Together, we can create a brighter and healthier future for ourselves and the next generations in the Asia and the Pacific.
We highlight that we want always to expand monitoring networks, but it is equally important that access to data is also easy. So that is most important, that they go hand in hand. And at the same time, when there is that access to data, the public is informed of the risks and they are also empowered to be part of the solutions.
The governance and enforcement part is really important. You cannot get to them without understanding what are the consequences of your air quality situation. You need to do air quality plans.
morning, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to the 11th Better Air Quality Conference.
Good morning, everyone. We request you to kindly settle down. We're about to start the Day 2 plenary session in a few minutes. Thank you.
Please educate the clean air issue even more so that we can do that.
I would like to add to the warm welcome to this edition of the Better Air Quality, also from the side of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. We're very happy to have teamed up with Clean Air Asia and the Asian Development Bank, and really a special thanks to the Asian Development Bank for hosting us here at the Excellent Corporation.
We're certainly focused on tackling reducing greenhouse gas emissions in line with what science says is necessary, so halving by 2030.
Our aim isn't just to discuss these issues, but to work towards solutions, foster effective collaboration, and drive substantial change. It's a call to unity, a call to learn, and a call to take decisive action.
Together, we can create a brighter and healthier future for
Good morning,
ourselves
everyone. Kindly proceed
next
inside the
generations
auditorium.
in the
Day 2
Asia
plenary
and the
session is about to start. Thank you.
We highlight that we want always to expand monitoring networks, but it is equally important that access to data is also easy. So that is most important, that they go hand in hand. And at the same time, when there is that access to data, the public is informed of the risks and they are also empowered to be part of the solutions.
Request everyone to please proceed inside the auditorium. The session is about to start. Once again, kindly proceed inside the auditorium. The session is about to start.
You cannot get to them without understanding.
Good morning,
what
everyone.
are the
To all our participants who are here with us today, in person and virtually, welcome to Day 2 of the Better Air Quality Conference. My name is Glinda Bathan-Baterina, and again, I'm going to be your host for this session, this opening plenary, which is from 9 o'clock to 10:30. At yesterday's plenary, we showcased clean air solutions implemented by the national governments. We had representatives from the Philippines, from the People's Republic of China, India, Indonesia, Thailand, and the Kyrgyz Republic. Today, we are going to tackle how sectors such as the environment sector, transport, energy, industry, urban development, waste, and health, among others, will be working together or need to be working together in order to fight air pollution and climate change. To officially open the session and speak of the importance of cross-sectoral collaboration to tackle air pollution and climate change, let's welcome Bruno Carrasco, Director General of the Climate Change and Sustainable Development Department of the Asian Development Bank. Bruno leads ADB-wide knowledge, innovation, policies, and strategies in all thematic areas. He also oversees the administration of trust funds and global funding initiatives and provides advice to management on strategic, operations, and policy matters. Please help me welcome Bruno Carrasco, DG of Climate Change and Sustainable Development Department.
A very warm welcome to all our distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am once again delighted to extend a warm welcome to all of you on the second day of this great conference on better air quality, a topic which of course is of extreme importance to ADB and of course to the region. VP Yasmin yesterday mentioned in her remarks that air pollution and climate change are twin challenges, two sides of the same coin. And it threatens many aspects of our lives and our economies, including, of course, our climate, our health, our agriculture, our biodiversity, and of course, more generally, our economies. Air pollutants and greenhouse gases are emitted from the complex interplay of various human activities, industries, and natural processes. They do not recognize, as we all know, geographic boundaries and affect communities and ecosystems far beyond the areas where they originate. They are both local and global in nature and require coordinated efforts, where each and every one of us has a very important role to play. This conference provides a great platform for us to do just that, to coordinate our efforts, to translate our shared ambition into concrete and effective actions for protecting the health and well-being of ourselves and our planet. To get back to the basics, we decided to unpack the numbers traced to the simple process of breathing. It turns out that an average adult takes up to 20 breaths per minute, and up to about 29,000 breaths per day in inhaling and exhaling. So that comes out to about 13,000 liters of air every day. So that's what we do. That is, of course, a lot of air. Now, sadly, according to the WHO, in the Asia-Pacific region, over 90% of the people breathe air that is considered unsafe. We heard yesterday, and I once again repeat, that globally over 7 million premature deaths are attributed to air pollution per year. Even more sadly, 70% of those deaths occur in our region, in the Asia-Pacific region. Of this, over 80% of the deaths are linked to non-communicable diseases, as I'm reminded by our Director of Health. And these include diseases such as stroke, heart disease, and of course, lung cancer. Moreover, people's lives are being cut short by as much as 2.4 years because of air pollution. This is not just a terrible tragedy in this day and age, but more critically, a problem that can be easily addressed. We have the solutions. Air pollution also exerts a substantial economic bill, as we know, a heavy economic toll to the nations in the region. According to the Global Burden of Diseases 2019 estimates, the global cost associated with exposure to air pollution is approximately $8.1 trillion. And this is equivalent to about 6% of GDP globally. If we look at the numbers for Asia Pacific, it amounts to 9.3% of GDP losses in East Asia and the Pacific region, and 10.3% of GDP losses in South Asia. So again, a very heavy toll at that. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, estimates a reduction of anywhere between 9 to 12% of GDP globally by 2060. And this is, of course, attributed to air pollution. These costs stem mainly from reduced labor productivity and increase in cost to health systems. Now, air pollution is not uniform. It varies between urban and rural settings, as you well know. In urban areas, things like traffic, industrial waste, and dense populations expose residents to a higher concentration of pollutants. Yesterday at the cocktail, we were watching the air quality meter, and if you looked at it closely, you could see that as the start of the traffic started, the rush hour traffic, the outside air quality started deteriorating quite significantly. Now, in rural areas, residents are not as exposed to pollution as in urban areas, of course, due to less dense population and, of course, less traffic. However, rural areas, and in particular agriculture farms, are increasingly a significant source of regional air pollution, choking the skies, including across many cities. Hence, a key message for today is that applying solutions in both urban and rural areas need to go hand in hand. In the coming decades, Asia is expected to undergo unprecedented wave of urbanization with an additional 1.1 billion people living in cities by 2050. We've got to solve the urban pollution problem. While this urban expansion is intertwined with the prosperity of nations, it also represents a challenge as more people breathing toxic air adversely affect both health systems and the economy at large. The Asia-Pacific region is one of the regions with the poorest air quality globally. And this is a sad fact. South Asia in particular faces a brunt of air pollution impacts with fewer than 1% of cities in the region, 1%, meeting the WHO PM 2.5 guidelines. So we have our work cut out for us. All the sources of particulate matter, such as the solid fuels for heating and cooking, and growing fleets of personal vehicles also produce significant greenhouse gases. Hence, policies and measures that simultaneously address air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions, as we mentioned at the outset, hold immense value and can yield multiple benefits of clean air, improved health, and at the same time, slow down climate change. And I say this despite some misperceptions for those of you who followed some of the headline news that we heard more recently. There is good news, and that is that we have a number of solutions that can address air pollution. We have some examples that I'd like to share with you. Transitioning from coal-fired power plants to renewable energy generation, something that the Asian Development Bank is pursuing in Indonesia and hopefully in other countries under the Energy Transition Mechanism. Promoting electric vehicles, such as our project in Peshawar, Pakistan, and more recently, a project in Davao City, again, based on investing in bus rapid transit programs. A third example, supporting the transition to cleaner technologies in brick kiln, as we've done across Bangladesh. Other measures include stricter emission controls for industrial plants, advocating for cleaner household fuels, and discouraging residue burning in agriculture, However, these solutions need action across all sectors. And again, every one of us has a crucial role to play. More critically, these investments that I just highlighted are starting to generate very important and significant positive results by way of clean air. We're getting better at measuring the results. For example, our investments totaling $2.15 billion in the Beijing, Hebei, Tianjin region, a very successful program in the People's Republic of China, comprising between 2015 and 2020 across a range of programs and projects, resulted in a reduction in particulate matter PM 2.5 by 40%, sulfur dioxide by 74%, and nitrous oxide by 37%. And this all between the period 2015 to 2022. Just think of the importance of that investment. Turning to Mongolia, ADB contributed to a program investing $290 million in the Ulaanbaatar Air Quality Improvement Program in 2018 and again in 2020. And this resulted in a reduction of PM 2.5 levels by 43% and PM 10 levels by 39%, again, between 2 years, 2018 and 2019. In Pakistan, we are seeing some of the early indications in the reduction of PM 10 resulting from the $330 million investment in the Peshawar bus rapid transit, which started operations in 2020. So again, very tangible investments resulting in very, very significant and important benefits. There are tremendous learnings from this work, and given the alarming situation across many of our cities in Asia, we are committed to continuing to expand this work. As Clean Air Asia Chair Bindu Lohani highlighted yesterday eloquently, these projects represent important wins where the cost-benefit analysis would easily justify these investments. It pays for itself. As such, we need governments both at the national and subnational levels and led by committed mayors, and want to underscore the committed mayors, DFIs such as ADB and others, private sector and stakeholders to step up and recognize the manifold benefits of these investments. A key lesson from some of this work that I just described, including in the PRC and Mongolia, is the importance of a very strong demand from national and local authorities. If we can get that demand, we're ready to step in, but it has to start with strong commitment from the authorities. And this is the way that we see how we tackle the problem more widely. On our end, in addition to the investments that we undertake, the technical assistance that we support, we need to be able to better capture the co-benefits, including improved efforts to strengthen our indicators across our projects, directly and indirectly. To build on these successes and further strengthen the air quality work, we launched, as VP Yasmin highlighted yesterday, the Asian Clean Blue Sky program. And we did this last year, scaling up financing for improved air quality. Program, we have a lot of expectation on the program, and it will build it will play an important role in meeting our ambitious goals of mobilizing $100 billion of own source from 2019 to 2030 in support of climate change plus. We are committed to playing an active role on air quality in the region, and we're very happy to underscore that ADB remains amongst the top global financiers for air quality, as was recently stated in the report by the State of Global Air Quality Funding published by the Clean Air Fund. I'm sure we can do even better. The global momentum for decarbonization and rapidly evolving technology brings promising opportunities for cross-sectoral collaboration, such as converting agriculture to waste, building agricultural waste into biofuels, and in turn, turning these biofuels to support use in vehicles. In recognition of this potential, ADB has recently adopted a new operating model, as many of you I'm sure have heard, the NOM, as we refer to it, as part of the bank's reorganization. This, we are sure, will lead to enabling stronger collaboration between sectors and themes, countries and regions. And we believe that this new model will allow us to really break those silos, strengthen the cross-cutting thematic work, and serve our developing member countries more effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, deep down, we know we can together win the battle, not just against climate change, but also against pollution. Let us join hands and continue our efforts to ensure that the 13,000 liters of air that we breathe every day are as clean and as close as possible to the WHO 2021 guidelines. Let us make sure that we let no day go by that we are not driven to take action and reduce the 7 million annual loss of life that we're seeing to this day. Together, we can certainly do it. On this note, I would like to wish all of you fruitful discussions, to the panelists in this morning's session, and to everyone else participating in this great conference. We wish you a productive time during the remainder of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, DG Bruno, for your strong emphasis on the need for cross-sectoral collaboration to tackle air pollution and climate change. And thank you for citing examples of the opportunities for this to happen, such as the synergies between clean energy and transportation and the management of agricultural waste for clean energy generation. Our next speaker is Dr. Dave Boyd, the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Environment, and a professor of law, policy, and sustainability at the University of British Columbia. Let's hear Dr. David Boyd's message on protecting the right to breathe clean air.
Hello, my name is Dr. David Boyd, and I'm the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment. I'm delighted to be joining you today at the Better Air Quality Conference 2023. Everyone has the right to breathe clean air. This is a fundamental element of the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment that was recognized by the United Nations General Assembly last year. And it's also recognized in law in more than 160 countries around the world, including the constitutions of the Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, Fiji, South Korea, and other countries in the Asia-Pacific region. And yet, over 90% of people are breathing dirty, polluted air. And this is causing millions of deaths and millions more illnesses across the Asia-Pacific region. These adverse impacts disproportionately affect people in situations of vulnerability and marginalization, including people living in poverty, women and girls, migrants and refugees, etc. The good news is that air pollution is a preventable problem. We know the solutions. And in fact, these solutions to air pollution, if intelligently designed and implemented, will also address the climate crisis and contribute to multiple sustainable development goals, including the end of poverty, everyone's right to health and education, sustainable cities, clean energy, climate action, and more. And the proof is tangible because we know that in Europe, North America, and more recently China, the enactment of strong laws, regulations, and air quality standards, and the implementation of those laws, regulations, and standards has led to dramatic improvements in air quality over a period of decades. And so the flip side of everyone having the right to a healthy environment is that governments have obligations to respect, protect, and fulfill that right. There are 7 steps that all governments must take with respect to people's right to breathe clean air. And those are monitoring air quality and the health impacts of air pollution, assessing the sources of air pollution, both indoor and outdoor, educating and empowering public to participate in air quality management, enacting legislation, regulations, and standards. And number 5 is creating an air quality strategy that articulates the actions and measures that will be taken. Number 6 is implementing and enforcing the strategy and the standards. And number 7 is evaluating progress. And where the science is evolving, strengthening those standards. And where performance is inadequate, strengthening policies and taking more actions. Now, when all of these 7 steps are taken, then that enables us to implement the necessary solutions, including switching from fossil fuels for electricity to renewable sources of energy, designing our cities in such a way that mass public transit and active forms of transportation, including walking and cycling, can displace the need for everyone to own a motor vehicle. And a critically important solution in the context of Asia is clean technologies for cooking and heating, because currently there are still millions of people using dirty fuels, dirty cook stoves, and the disproportionate impacts of that enormous amount of household pollution fall on the shoulders of women and girls. We also need clean vehicle standards, clean fuel standards, but at the end of the day, we know the solutions, and governments have an obligation to implement those solutions in order to fulfill everyone's right to a healthy environment. Thank you.
Hello, my name
Thank you very much, Dr. David Boyd. First, for your message that while we speak of 7 million premature deaths from air pollution, that even one life lost for inaction on air pollution is too much of a price to pay. And second, that protecting our right to breathe clean air requires all sectors to work together. So next up is a panel discussion with esteemed representatives from around Asia and the world who will elaborate on the proven and most promising solutions in the energy, transportation, industry, urban development, agriculture, and waste sectors to achieve clean air, health, and climate goals. We're glad to welcome our panelists this morning, and I'll ask each of them to come as I introduce them. Manoj Sharma, Director, Water and Urban Development of the ADB. He has led multi-sector teams for designing and implementing complex and innovative projects for urban infrastructure and economic corridors development in several countries in Asia. Manoj. Ms. Hadika Jamshed, climate change expert from the Pakistan Ministry of Climate Change. She is supporting the localization of carbon market tools for sustainable development, mainstreaming gender and youth intention in the climate change approaches, and facilitating air pollution control policy development and its implementation in Pakistan. Welcome, Ms. Hadika. Next is Mr. Tran Daingia, Director of the Department of Natural Resources and Environmental Economic Studies for climate change, the NDC, Red Plus Research Group of the Institute of Policy and Strategy for Agriculture and Rural Development. Welcome, Mr. Tran. Next is a good friend, Anoba Gurung, Director of the Nepal Research, Evidence and Learning of the Clean Cooking Alliance. Before joining CCA, Anoba was a postdoctoral scholar at International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, or ICIMOD, where she participated in various air pollution research and its application in policymaking and mitigation strategies in Nepal. Thank you for joining us, Anoba. And last but not the least is Mark Kaisman, Director of the Office of International Affairs, Office of International and Tribal Affairs of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Mark has over 30 years of environmental experience working with the federal government and international organizations. He manages EPA's relationships and technical assistance with other countries around the world. Thank you for joining us and flying from the US to join us, Mark. Okay, and I will be moderating this session, so I'll move over to join them. Mic test. Thank you, our panelists. Now, before we dive into the panel discussion, I'd just like to request you to share your thoughts on the theme of our plenary session this morning. And so I would be very grateful if you could let us know why you think it is important for sectors to work together to address these twin challenges of air pollution and climate change. And it would be great if you could share an example of a successful case involving the sector you are most familiar with. So could we start with you, Manoj?
Yeah, thank you, and good morning, everyone. So I'll start by reiterating what our DG Bruno mentioned this morning. Cities in our developing member countries are facing complex challenges. We all know about air pollution, climate change, and not to forget the huge backlog of infrastructure deficits in our cities in the member countries. And regarding air pollution, we also know about the various sources which contribute to air pollution. Vehicle emissions, burning of coal and wood, industrial activities, brick kilns, and not to forget crop residue burning, which is so prevalent in India these days. Months of November, December, we see air quality index going even more than 1,000 in cities like Delhi, primarily because of crop residue burning. So we in ADB believe that such complex problems like air pollution require integrated and holistic solutions. And when I say integrated solutions, we have to look at different sectors working together. Urban, transport, energy, agriculture, and health sectors, we need integrated solutions. And cities are rightly placed. These are the environments where cities act as platform to provide integrated solutions. And I believe that to combat the challenge of air pollution and have clean air, just one sector cannot work, as you asked this question. Specifically, let's take an example of e-vehicles in cities. E-vehicles actually spans three sectors, at least in my view: urban, transport, and electricity. But still, if the electricity generated to use for e-vehicles comes from coal-fired plants, it's not really an integrated solution. So we have to go back to the source of energy and think about renewable energy powering our e-vehicles also. Just briefly, one example, again, what DZ Bruno mentioned about Peshawar BRT, and we have a panelist from Pakistan, and I was just checking with her if this BRT example is really successful in Peshawar, and I got a positive nod from her. So maybe she can give some more details. So this is ADB Finance project, and we can take pride in this corridor of 27 kilometers with 31 stations and more than 200 diesel hybrid buses running on that corridor. And our studies show that fuel consumption and particulate matter, particularly PM10, has reduced substantially by using this corridor compared to private cars or even other kind of buses. So public transport in general and BRT in particular helps in combating challenges of air pollution, climate change, and also public health. And we have several such examples financed through ADB projects. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Manoj, for this very good example. And you have confirmed with a stakeholder from Pakistan that indeed it is a successful one. So thank you for that. Now, that's a good segue to actually going to the experience of Pakistan. Ms. Hadika, I know you have been very largely involved in developing the Pakistan Clean Air Policy and also ensuring that the linkages between air quality management and climate change mitigation are reflected in the Clean Air Policy as well as in Pakistan's nationally determined contribution. So could you speak about this experience of working across the sectors to reflect air quality concerns as well as climate mitigation measures?
Thank you, Glenda, for the introduction, and I'm happy to share a panel with such esteemed panelists. Coming to what you have asked, and as DG Bruno has mentioned in his opening remarks, that they are twin challenge, and they're two sides to the same coin. And we realized that back in 2020, when we were in the process of developing our NDCs, second revision NDCs, and at the same time, it was supporting us in developing a national clean air program, and with CAA and SEI and CCAC support, we were doing an assessment on short-lived climate pollutants and how they impact different sectors. So there is a strong linkages, and Ministry of Climate Change in Pakistan realized that linkages, and using that work which was going on with ADB support, we developed a policy brief, and that was the first time that air pollution was mentioned in NDCs of Pakistan. It was not part of 2016 NDCs, and it was one of those NDCs out of every new updated NDC submitted around the world that air pollution interventions were part of the policy document. And Adding to that, there was 30% moving towards EV by 2030 was added in the NDC, 60% of renewables by 2030. The goal was to reduce 50% of emission by 2030, keeping 15% conditional and 35% conditional to international finance. And as we are talking over here today about a very important issue, back home in Lahore, one of the most populated city in Pakistan, the PM 2.5 level crossed 450 index, which is about 30 times higher than the WHO average. And people in Pakistan are facing at this point air pollution. And as I always say to my colleagues in Pakistan when we are making policies, when we talk about climate change mitigation, people don't really understand. They say adaptation remains our priority. We emit less than 1%. We are not the main reason for climate change. But when we talk about air pollution, they understand because they see it. Climate change and mitigation, they don't see, so they don't realize it. So this is something I always, as a carbon market, you have mentioned that I work on carbon markets and NDCs in Pakistan. When I talk about carbon market, I don't say it's a mitigation instrument. I say it's a strong co-benefit attached to it, which is air pollution and health benefit. So that's how people, and the provinces especially, they understand and they take up the issue. And going to what we have done so far after the revision of NDCs is the initiative I was talking about, the Clean Air Policy, which was published this year with the support of ADB and Clean Air Asia and Stockholm Institute. We did a LEAP analysis, IBC analysis of different sectors from all the provinces, 4 provinces and 2 regions of Pakistan. Using that LEAP analysis, we came up with 5 priority areas for our policies, setting up a business as usual and what we can achieve by 2030. Those 5 areas were related to transport, updating the fuel from Euro 5 to Euro 6, improving the cooking technologies, reducing the agriculture burning, and also industrial standards, improving them. So using this and waste management, reducing the open burning of solid waste management. These 5 priorities, if we implement them correctly by 2030, we will reduce 38% of the emissions by 2030. So that this policy was not just random policy recommendation. It came from analysis we did with collection of data from all the provinces and regions. Moving to the second stage of this project, we are in the process of developing provincial action plans. In Pakistan, the implementation lies with the provinces. At the federal level, what we can do is develop policies, set up goals, but the implementation will be done by the provinces. So it's very important that we use a bottom-up approach where they set their own policies and objectives, and we consolidate at the national level. We try to do that in updated NDC in 2021 as well, and now with clean air policy and implementation of clean air policy, we're moving towards the same mechanism. With that, we are also part of the Global Methane Challenge, and being part of that, we are developing a methane reduction roadmap with CCAC again, and we are identifying the key sources of emissions from methane and what can be done to reduce those emissions in Pakistan. Thank you.
Impressive. Thank you very much, Ms. Hadika. And just reflecting on the first 2, the thoughts from the first 2 speakers. So Manoj was saying that it is important for the sectors to work together because actions that are not integrated, actions on air pollution or the transportation sectors which are not integrated with, let's say, clean energy solutions may result in jeopardizing the efforts to clean the air if the source of power for electric vehicles is still fossil fuel based, or that we don't reap the optimal results of action because we just work in silos. And then from Hadika's story of how Pakistan has integrated air pollution in its NDCs, what I hear from her is that the root, the justification for sectors working together is really rooted on the science. Because when they did the LEAP analysis, which identified the different sources of pollution, it's clear that to attain the clean air goals and the NDC targets, you need to be working on many sectors and not just on one. So it is rooted, sectors having to work together is rooted on science as well. So thank you so much for this intervention. Now let's move on to a burning issue in this region, which has been called the seasonal, it's become, I think, the fifth season in Asia, which is related to agricultural burning. So we have Mr. Tran, who has been working in this sector. So Mr. Tran, could you please relate to us how, if you have success examples, and I know you have a few slides to share with us, so please share with us an example of cross-sectoral collaboration in the agriculture sector.
Thank you, ADB, for inviting me to share experience in Vietnam. And I want to show the first slides to mention about how important for the cross-sector to work together. You can see from the pollution in Vietnam is not only for agriculture, we can see the own different sectors. And thanks for the Professor Boyce already mentioned for taking with the air pollution. Vietnam already mentioned in our constitution and recently the new laws, the environmental law in 2020, in 2022, we include air pollution as a big chapters in these new laws with the clear responsibility and the roles of different sectors work together. And that's tackle with this problem. We need to work collectively across the different sectors. And so you can see, for instance, we are not only working also under the 7 different principles that the boys already mentioned. We work not only different sectors, but we collaborate with different, even the international organization in Vietnam, for instance, for reporting the results of the air pollution using a different monitoring station. From the national level, we have a station clean air monitoring station established by the Ministry of Environment. We also have the station automatic online real-time monitoring result from the different like local or subnational. Even we combine with the report from the monitoring station from the US Embassy in Hanoi, for instance. So that it means is that we are not only working across different sectors of Vietnam, but we're also working with a different private sector and other organizations in the society. So for you can see from this picture, previous picture, agriculture or affluent sector contribute about more than 50% of total PM for 2.5 so pollution, air pollution. So we need to tackle that. Like we can see from this slide, most of the straw is burning the straw. We still have the big problem. But in order to solve this problem, we have the different, already applied different methods. So that does bring the core benefits. But in order to do that, we need also working with different sectors because to avoid the burning, we need to providing the technology and also another alternative for the farmers. That bring the core benefit. We cannot pushing the farmer not burning if we are not providing any means to provide another income. So we work with different banks. I think we already already discussed something with ADB also in this, and we work with World Bank. Or like, do you see the different for the regulation of Hello City? That is, we want to have the zero burning around the areas of the airport because we have big problem during the burning season. Limited the vision for the airplane to landing and take up. Also, the new program is up to soon. We have 1 million hectares of high quality and no carbon. That's including reduction of greenhouse gas emission by methane and also with targeted of zero burning in this area. And in our NDC by 2030, 50% rice straw will be properly managed and used, contributed for the reducing of 5.4 million ton of CO2, that also targeted zero burning. So that is, you can see how important of the work together, and especially cross sectors working together in this community fight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tran. A very interesting result from working with other sectors is that, from your example, is that you're able to help provide access to cleaner energy as also from the use of agricultural waste. So also multiple benefits can come from working across sectors. And now I'd like to ask Anoba to speak about cross-sectoral collaboration in order to achieve cleaner cooking and heating solutions and how that benefits everyone.
Thank you, Glinda, for the important and key questions. And before I answer that question, I just want to take a brief moment to talk a little bit about why we need to work on the household energy sector. So when you look into the numbers, we see that burning of wood fuel for cooking leads to almost 2% of the global CO2 emissions, and it is also one of the largest controllable source of black carbon emissions. Also, globally, when you look at the emissions from household practices that we all do, cooking, heating, lighting, that leads to an estimated 20% of emissions to the ambient emissions of PM emissions to the ambient air pollution. And specifically, if you start looking into the Asian countries, this percentage is a lot higher, which also means that the health impact is a lot more in our Asian countries. And we've heard a lot yesterday and today talking about the health impact associated with air pollution. And specifically, when you look into the house energy practices and the emission that it leads to, we have women and children specifically exposed to high level of air pollution in their own households. And according to the World Health Organization, what they have stated is that almost 3.2 million premature deaths can be associated annually to this. So to reduce emissions means that, specifically from the household energy, it means that we are improving the air quality, we are reducing climate impacts, and we are also improving health of everyone. So how do we make that happen? How do we reduce emissions, especially from the household energy sector? It means we need to transition to cleaner solutions. We need to transition from burning biomass and coal and move towards cleaner options that we have available, like biogas, electric cooking, ethanol, and LPG. And when I say transition, I really want to stress that a transition that is successful and sustainable. And to make that happen, we really need sectors to come and work together. We need government bodies, we need implementers, we need researchers, we need entrepreneurs to come together from the energy sector, the climate sector, air sector, all coming together, bringing their expertise and learning to move this mission and goals forward. And Glinda, to your question of the successful example, I want to bring here and talk a little bit about our work in Nepal. In Nepal, the government of Nepal has identified electric cooking as a key intervention to help meet the very ambitious goals that they have set around energy access, climate, and air. The Clean Cooking Alliance, CCA, we have been working in Nepal for quite a while now on the sector, the clean cooking sector, and we've been doing a lot of research and really working very closely with the government of Nepal to help them meet these goals. And recently, we've started a new initiative where what we are doing is that we are trying to showcase a market-based approach to bring about a sustainable electric cook stove market. And here what we are doing is we are introducing a revolutionary monitoring technology for electric cook stoves, and that really helps us to unlock carbon finance, make these stoves affordable to our households, and also bring in entrepreneurs and private sectors to work together. So overall, in terms of working with different sectors and partners in this initiative, we are working with all 3 government body levels. In Nepal, we have 3 government levels: federal, provincial, and the local government. We are working with utility companies. We are working with researchers, local partners, private sector, entrepreneurs, bringing everyone together to bring affordable electric cook stoves to our households, and also provide a roadmap about how do we scale and accelerate electric cooking in Nepal. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Alba. What an impressive example about how to achieve multiple goals and saving lives. So now I'd like to call on Mark to share with us the US EPA's approach in integrating air quality into climate change work and also in the solutions, as well as sectoral agencies working together in the US.
Yeah, thank you, Glenn. And in my prepared remarks, I also had 2 sides of the coin in my prepared remarks. So 3 of the speakers have used that. I think we're all agreed to that in this room, which is great. Okay, I'm getting something from one of our guests there. But what I want to do is to share what the U.S. is doing now, and U.S. EPA specifically is doing in this area. This is in addition to the investments that the Department of Energy is making for a clean transition in our energy sector, into what the Department of Transportation is doing in the transportation sector. This is specifically what's happening at EPA right now. And we're using our regulatory authority, we're using our science, and also currently record levels of funding to ensure that all Americans breathe clean air in their communities, and that we can meet our emissions reductions goals under the Paris Agreement. So we just marked 1 year of progress implementing President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, and that's the most ambitious climate law in U.S. history. It's created a $5 billion, that's billion with a B, climate pollution reductions grant program that EPA is using to enable state, local, and tribal governments to develop community-driven solutions to dramatically reduce climate pollution and become more resilient. In addition to that, providing $3 billion, again with a B, to fund zero-emission port equipment and technology to help develop ports develop climate action plans to reduce air pollutants at all U.S. ports. Additionally, at the key level of environmental monitoring, the EPA has announced $40 million towards efficient, accurate, and timely permits and environmental reviews for clean energy and infrastructure projects. These permits and reviews seek to facilitate the transition from harmful fossil fuels that lead to toxic air pollution. In addition, thanks to historic investment from President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law, EPA's Clean School Bus program is providing $5 billion with a B dollars over 5 years to replace diesel school buses with zero emissions and lower emission models, so that fewer children will face health problems linked to diesel air pollution, fewer greenhouse gases that are expelled. We recognize that moving quickly towards a zero-emission vehicle future will be key to improving air quality. Also, as recently put forward, we've also recently put forward the most stringent emission standards ever for light and heavy-duty vehicles. All of this investment is going to provide innovation as well, which we plan to share, of course, with the rest of the world. Furthermore, President Biden has made equity and environmental justice a priority across the United States government, and federal agencies are working to ensure that low-income and disadvantaged communities will substantially benefit from the programs funded by the Inflation Reduction Act. At EPA, we have made $650 million available for environmental justice projects to reduce pollution and build capacity of community-based organizations, and 2/3 of EPA's $27 billion greenhouse gas reduction fund will go to low-income and disadvantaged communities. As we strive to bring environmental justice and deliver climate and health equity to our most vulnerable populations and our most underserved communities, our interagency household energy initiative partners with other countries, governments, and local and international partners like CCAC and ANOPA and the Clean Cooking Alliance to reduce air pollutant emissions and reduce the climate, health, gender, and livelihood impacts from household use. I also want to take a minute to say, as we look ahead of the United Nations Environment Assembly to be held in Nairobi in February, the U.S. hopes that a new air quality resolution will be adopted. It will establish a global framework for sharing air quality management tools, as well as plans and partnerships to address the health and environmental concerns associated with poor air quality. The proposed global framework will help improve the implementation of best practices and measures, leverage resources, and reduce harmful emissions of pollutants from key sectors. The goal is to improve public health, protect our ecosystems, and increase the quality of life. This resolution will also underscore that short-lived climate pollutants, such as ground-level ozone, methane, and black carbon, are responsible for a significant amount of air pollution deaths, as we've heard. And given that they are also more potent climate warmers than carbon dioxide, their reduction in co-benefits for the climate. I'm grateful to count on all of you as partners, and I'm really looking forward to the rest of the dialogue today and through the rest of the BAQ. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Something to watch out for at the UN Environment Assembly happening early next year then. Okay, I think we have time for one more round of questions, and that is, okay, it's great to hear that it seemed from the first round that there is a need for cross-sectoral collaboration for our solutions to succeed and for us to attain our air quality and climate goals. Now, the question is, how mainstreamed is this cross-sectoral approach in your sector? And if there is more that needs to be done to have greater collaboration, what is needed for this to happen? So, Manoj?
Thank you, Glenn. Let me share what EDB is doing to mainstream the issues of climate change and air quality in our projects. Just to give a little background, EDB finances and supports our developing member countries to the tune of almost $25 billion every year. And with our capital adequacy framework review and other decisions by our top management, this is likely to be increased to something like $35 billion every year. So that's a substantial amount of support from EDB to developing member countries. Now, regarding your question on mainstreaming, let me break it down to climate finance as well as air quality, and then the intersectoral collaboration which you mentioned. So I can say that climate finance is fairly mainstreamed in EDB. We have a very high ambition of $100 billion climate finance from 2019 to 2030, which is quite high. And all of us are trying very hard to support our developing member countries to achieve those targets. But we cannot say this about air quality improvement. I think from ADB we also need to do much more. And perhaps I'm looking at DZ Bruno here. If we can have a similarly ambitious target on air quality financing from ADB projects. We have specific examples of air quality improvement focused projects in China and Mongolia. Those have been quite successful, as DZ Bruno mentioned about the BTS region in China, which were supported by us from 2015 to 2020, with substantial reduction in air pollution. But I must say that we need to do much more in Central West or South Asia region. I come from India and can see the need for such investments getting amplified in these countries. That's one area where EDB needs to work in. And second area is to identify projects which are attributing more to equality improvement. There are several projects in public transport system like the metro systems or BRT system in Peshawar we talked about. We have a regional rail transit system and from Delhi to Meerut in India, or several metro projects which contribute to public benefits, including air quality improvement and reduction of GHG emissions or carbon emissions. So we need to do a much better accounting and recognize our efforts and take pride in the achievements which we are doing in case of air quality improvement, to projects like these in public transport. So that will help us quantify and perhaps make much more ambitious target for ADB also. Lastly, about the intersectoral collaboration, I must say that, yeah, absolutely critical. We have to break down silos and work together from various sectors: energy, transport, urban, agriculture, health, and water. All sectors have to come together. And in ADB, after the reorganization, we now work in what we call one ADB teams, which means all the sectors working together in an integrated fashion to provide holistic solutions. And I'm sure that this new operating model, which DG Bruno talked about, is going to successfully help us in achieving our targets. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manoj, and great to know that the new operating model is going to facilitate this cross-sectoral collaboration. So may I ask for your thoughts, Hadika?
Yeah, thank you, Glinda. So from my side, I think the areas Pakistan will be focusing on for black carbon, methane emission, and F gases, looking at the short-lived climate pollutants, mentioned before as well on EVs, on cooking technologies, prevention of open burning of agriculture waste and solid waste management. And also from the oil and gas industry, the methane emissions from that sector, and biofuels moving towards that. How I see personally, in my opinion, the climate finance can support in improving the data collection to have the better quality, measurements, and how you are monitoring the air pollution. But at the end of the day, when we talk about Peshawar example as well, it's a huge investment which will go into loans, and something which for a country like Pakistan, an additional economic burden as well. So there's no harm in taking loans, but it's like if you have a sustainable mechanism as well. So I really want to advocate the carbon market element in this whole process. If we talk about EVs, there is a huge project going on in Thailand through Click Foundation under Article 6. So loans and Pakistan as a country, example of Pakistan investing their own resources, can generate carbon credits out of that as well and make it sustainable so that the loan can be paid back in a sustainable manner. It can be cooking. Cook stove has been a very famous carbon market project for voluntary carbon market. There are thousands of projects which are going on all over the world. So this is something which also Pakistan is looking into, especially in area of Gilgit-Baltistan, where that's hill station area where wood is used, and Balochistan. And also moving towards cleaner clean technologies and new concept of leaky gas, where the gas pipelines, and especially in countries where it's densely populated urban population, where there is a spaghetti network of so many houses in the same residential area, there is a problem of leaky gas. The pipelines there's a measurement errors. There are also errors with erosion of pipes, the breakage of different connections as well, and the gas which is leaked in the air emit a lot of methane emission. In Pakistan specifically, 17% of the gas is leaked, and it's entered into the atmosphere. So those are the areas which if you look at it from the climate finance point of view, it's a huge funding, and I seriously don't see it if it can be tackled fully by that. We need to go in a more blended kind of finance mechanism to really go to the full solution, and the integration of private sector finances to incentivize all the stakeholders and to move towards this more sustainably. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hadika. And you do point to an important aspect, which is sustainable financing. And just to let everybody know, we have actually 2 financing related sessions this afternoon. So please do go to those breakout sessions. And from the examples that you mentioned, it looks like the problems about leaky gas requires collaboration of the environment sector as well as energy and others for collaboration. Yes, and I'd like to let's hear from Mr. Tran on his thoughts about.
Mark mentioned about the two sides of the coins. I think for agriculture sectors, in Vietnam, is still the sector contribute quite significant not to the emission of greenhouse gas emission, and also for the you can see from my slides, it's about for the clean the quality of the pollution, air pollution. But agriculture sector, rural sector, still the houses and the living sector of more than 75% of the Vietnam population, and most of them are small farmer and also considered as the poor. So even though we see some progress or the improvement in the air quality, that also have the contribution for agriculture, mostly for the air pollution is coming from the burning different residuals or the Sonava burning on the fields, that also contributing for the air pollution and the greenhouse gas emission. But here, I think we need to work more together. I think first it's about research and technology. We need to have the know-how technology providing for the farmer, because that's bring the benefit for benefit, not only the benefit of reducing greenhouse gas emission or the reducing the air pollution. The second is about the finance, because for instance, in order to reduce straw burning, we need to invest in either converting it to some kinds of either products like biofuels or the bio generating powers, or changing mushroom But the problem with straw is it's about the seasonality, so that we have the average 4 months that we have straw for a month. So it's not enough the raw materials for the plant to operate for 1 year round. So that we need to think of the technologies that solve the problem. The other thing is about the multi-sectors and the trade and market. Because if we want to have the multiple values, then I think about we need to also raise awareness of the consumer with the products that have the maybe not only responsible to the climate, but also have the either standard for the air quality standard or either environment standard, so that we can be able to create market for the product that taking care of the size of the responsible. And the last one is about the private and public cooperation, because in order to do that, public alone cannot be able to solve the problem. I think that need to involve the private sector in. So I think that's.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tran. Indeed, research, technology, and finance is needed to also support cross-sectoral collaboration. Otherwise, all the collaboration will not yield the results that we want to see in the sector. Anoba, your thoughts?
Thank you, Glinda. A while ago, I talked about our collaborative and holistic work that we are doing in Nepal. And I think this provides us an opportunity to replicate aspects of this work as countries are implementing the NDC and Paris climate goals to reduce climate emissions. Already, we see that 98 countries include reference of reducing household emissions to meet their NDCs. And in that regard, CCA, along with our partners in the Clean Cooking and Climate Consortium, have been working with country governments to support them with the NDC implementations. And under this, one of the work that we have completed is developing a monitoring, reporting, and verification MRV framework. And what this helps by having an MRV framework is, number one, does not act as a barrier for countries to take actions when they do not have such frameworks. Number two, it supports in sharing learnings. And number three, it encourages other countries then also to act and take actions. Through this work, we're also developing guidance to evaluate cooking and climate projects. And I highly encourage everyone to come to the afternoon session that we have on the household energy, where we will be talking about this and Nepal work and many other very important interventions that is happening in the sector. And Linda, to go to your question on what is needed for such kind of sectoral work to become the norm, I think that to make this an accepted norm, what is needed is success. We need to be able to show success, and not only show success, have success, but really also share the roadmap for that success. And for example, Nepal, with the electric cooking happening, showcasing our success and sharing that learnings with regional governments can really provide countries with the motivation, the incentive, and the roadmap on how do we start putting these strategies, which include sectors working together to meet these impacts of air quality, climate, health, energy access, as well as on livelihood and gender. Thank you.
Thank you, Noban. Definitely nothing like having results to get people following example of cross-sectoral collaboration. Mark, from the first round of questions, your response, it looks like the U.S. has integrated these two issues in its approaches to solutions. Any advice that you might have for the region that are still wanting to get the sectors working together?
I believe that we have. And I think the story of the U.S. is fairly well known. I'd like to comment especially on our virtual speakers' comments about reaching the most vulnerable communities, because we talk a lot about that. But how do we do that? And we are investing a lot in the United States right now in reaching our most vulnerable communities, and unfortunately we have way too many. And we call it environmental justice. So I thought I would share a couple of the tools we are using now and that we love to share, and we are sharing with others around the world as well. First of all, we have a tool which is called our Enviro Atlas. I'm also going to talk about health impact assessments and also EJ Screen. The Enviro Atlas helps us provide an understanding of the relationship between the environment and human health and well-being. And in our definition, well-being, it includes economic well-being as well as social equity. So we use 7 broad benefit categories to organize our information and data on ecosystem services such as clean air, natural hazard mitigation, and climate stabilization. And it's an interactive web-based tool that states, communities, citizens can use to help inform them about policy and planning decisions that are going to affect them right where they live. For example, we're looking at the negative impacts of roadway air pollution by using Enviro Atlas. We heard about that yesterday in the plenary session about the dangers of that. So this is a way to inform community zoning and planning and to create recreational spaces or vegetations and trees to reduce urban heat. And it provides geospatial data and other resources related to ecosystem services, chemical and non-chemical stressors in human health. Of course, we use MAP. It combines maps and combines analysis tools, fact sheets, and downloadable data. There's a lot there, but it helps both communities and decision makers decide where they need to be putting the investment. Another tool besides this is something called health impact assessment. So this is a relatively new, fastly emerging area in the United States. And again, we think the foundation of a healthy community is strongest when it's built upon a decision-making process that balances the factors I mentioned already: environmental, societal, economic factors. So health impact assessment is this process of decision-making that asks how the proposed decisions may impact the health of the well-being in the community. So we've already identified it through the atlas I mentioned. Now here's the process we go through to weigh those decisions. And we've developed a toolkit that is available online, by the way, and a process to be utilized by practitioners at all levels of the experience, again, from the community to the federal decision makers, so that each of their decisions weigh the impact of these communities. Our administrator, Michael Regan, he likes to say EPA is now, EJ, we call it environmental justice. EJ is now in the DNA of EPA. We don't make a decision domestically or internationally without environmental justice or equity or vulnerable communities included in it. So we think this toolkit is very helpful for those interested in conducting these health assessments, and we encourage you to look at that. In addition, we have something called EJ Screen. This is a mapping and screening tool that provides EPA with nationally consistent data sets and approach for combining the environmental and demographic indicators. We're a very big country. We need to have some way to even out the information that we have. So we've developed this tool to help aid and ensure that there's an equal consideration of how this burden is done to communities. And we look at things like the toxic releases to air. We have many other indicators. I won't go into all the details because I'll use the rest of our time to do it. And then I just want to mention, we are building now into most of our regulatory processes a required environmental justice evaluation. So this, it changed the way we do business, fundamentally changed the way that we do business so that vulnerable communities get the attention that they deserve, they get the voice that they deserve, because we often did not have a voice, because of course these were, in the United States, the poorest communities who were not involved in the process. I just want to take one more minute to add that we are bringing this issue of equity and environmental justice to the international community as well. So through, again, Administrator Regan's efforts, G7, G20, OECD, UNEA have all now adopted environmental justice or equity as a priority. OECD is doing their first environmental justice program this year. It's the first international organization to actually implement an EJ issue. In our US trade agreements now, environmental justice is included as negotiation through our trade agreements and also our environmental cooperation agreements under those. So this is a very important issue. It's one we're seeing the wave spread internationally, which we're very happy to see. And we're going to continue to develop those tools that give the most vulnerable the voice and engagement as our policies are made.
Thank you so much, Mart. Indeed, very important also for air quality or clean air solutions, because as we know, there are communities that are disproportionately affected by air pollution. And so that wraps up our panel discussion. Thanks again to our speakers, of course, DG Bruno and Dr. David Boyd, and our panelists, Manoj, Hadika, Mr. Tran, Anoba, and Mark, for joining us and sharing sectoral and cross-sectoral solutions to achieve clean air, climate, and health goals. So please, a round of applause for our panelists. Yes, I think we have, so I'd like to thank our panelists, but I think we're asked to, if we can have a brief moment for a photo, and we actually have our partner, Tech to the Rescue Online, to give us, to introduce us to an air quality hackathon that Tech to the Rescue is going to have this December in partnership with Amazon Web Services. So we'll have a video shown of the air quality hackathon. And while we do that, we can have then the part of Thank you, and I'd like to invite a representative from Tech to the Rescue to share with us more information about the hackathon.
Mabu, hi.
Oh, sorry. We can have. Hi, Elizabeth. Just a quick moment. We'd like to have the group photo first, according to our colleagues here, and then so the panel can then get off the stage after, and we'll have Elizabeth speak about the hackathon. So again, a big round of applause to our panelists.
Stand here. Where do you want us? Linda, where do you want us? Oh, here. Okay. Okay. There we go.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to bring back Elizabeth from Tech to the Rescue to speak about the very exciting air quality hackathon. Elizabeth?
Thank you so much, Glenda, and good morning, everyone. Hope you can hear and see me clearly. And it's really my great honor to be sharing to you all about the Air Quality Hackathon that we are organizing in collaboration with Amazon Web Services. That is going to happen online from December 6th till 8th. And but more about Tech to the Rescue. We are the world's largest organization enabling tech companies to have a positive impact by providing pro bono tech services for nonprofits. And we have helped projects and NGOs all over the world and developed 300 impactful tech solutions for them to escalate their impact. And how does Tech to the Rescue work is we have nonprofits that register on our platform. We help them prepare these projects, and we connect them with tech companies that have declared that they want to do tech for good and support with their resources. And with that, we also come for this Air Quality Hackathon. And it's really great to have all of you here at Clean Air Asia and Better Air Quality Summit to discuss this important issue that we're all facing. I'm myself currently based in Kuala Lumpur, and I know that a few weeks back, the air quality was quite bad, so to say. We had haze levels that were above average, and everyone has their lives impacted by it. And so this is why we're coming together with Amazon Web Services to gather tech teams from all over the world to tackle these air quality challenges. And as I'm aware that the audience today, you are experts in air quality. Either you're the ones who can make the decisions for us to have better air quality solutions, or you're also the ones that are implementing these solutions and helping us to solve these burning air quality challenges. And but as you all know, why air quality is something that we want to tackle is because air pollution is a silent killer, considered one of the world's most significant health and environmental dangers. It is causing 6.7 million premature deaths worldwide. And our goal is to develop innovative tech solutions to burning air quality challenges sourced from world's leading nonprofits. And our secret weapon is the early access to Bedrock artificial intelligence tool by Amazon. And we are sourcing burning air quality challenges from areas mostly impacted, that is in Southeast Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, from world-leading nonprofits. And these tech solutions will be developed and will be ready to be implemented by the nonprofit organizations. And to boost the impact, we will be publishing an open access report to promote these solutions worldwide. And if today in the audience we have nonprofit organization representatives, charity or non-governmental organizations, you can request support through Tech to the Rescue and submit the project and register as an NGO, and we might connect you with a tech company that can support your operations with their tech solutions. So that's the QR code for that. But also there is an opportunity for company representatives. So if you have a company and you have a team of web developers, data scientists who want to tackle air quality problems, then it's an opportunity to gather teams and to solve these burning issues. And this is the place where tech companies can register and sign your pledge to do tech for good and to work towards better air quality solutions. But most importantly, today I'm inviting you as air quality experts to become a mentor or become a judge to inspire the next generation of innovators, for you to expand your professional network, champion innovation in air quality, and be a catalyst for transformative change. And your presence would be mostly welcome from December 6th till December 8th. And you can see these details below. But as always, I also have a QR code for this. So if you want to expand your reach, if you want to be an expert in this hackathon and collaborate with leading nonprofits, leading tech organizations, and show that you have a global stance on these issues, we welcome you to register and become an expert for the Hack to the Rescue Air Quality Hackathon that will happen this year in December. And I hope you will benefit from this exposure from top-tier organizations and enhance your profile with subject matter expertise. So yeah, that is what I wanted to share with you all. And I hope that through this hackathon, we will create innovative tech solutions. And I know for sure there are already existing ones. And if we can possibly escalate this impact and reach more people with these innovative solutions, we might help ourselves to create a better world with cleaner air. And but yeah, so what Tech to the Rescue is doing, again, it's our mission to be a global tech for good movement through main three interventions. That is changemaker empowerment, to grow a global movement of tech companies to support thousands of nonprofits worldwide with technology implementation to help solve some of the world's most pressing problems faster. We are there for crisis response. We have partnerships of global humanitarian relief nonprofits and leading tech companies to coordinate crisis response efforts and make more impact from every dollar invested, such as now currently in the Gaza Strip issue. And we are also advocating systematic change, where we are coordinating body of industry stakeholders to drive systematic change and make pro bono tech for good engagement an industry standard. And thank you for your attention today. And please join us on our mission to use technology to save the world. Thank you, Glinda, and thank you everyone for attending this conference, and hope we can truly make a difference.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Thank you so much. Yes, and so this wraps up the first plenary session in the morning. We have a 30-minute coffee break. Please be back in the hall at 11 a.m. During the coffee break, please make sure to visit our exhibition, which is at the main lobby. We have startup hubs, we have partner hubs, and we even have a PRC hub over in that area. And again, we also have poster pitch sessions at the Innovation Hub by the spiral staircase to the right.
Don't even bring that up. That's what, you know, no, that's what I'm talking about. I know, but that happened. I think it's not but that happened. Obviously, exactly. So, okay, I thought it was like, didn't know you were coming, but I didn't know it was you. Okay. God, thank you so much. Yeah, still there. I had a good one. That's from, no, that's from Dutch. He's somewhere in here. Here he is. He'll be making the presentation this afternoon.
What office you are in?
He's in the air office. Yeah. I'm like, do something. Say hello here. Hi, how are you? Nice to meet you. Abu Dhabi. Oh, okay, very good. Well, of course, we're going to be there very soon. I won't be there, but my boss will be there. I believe it. Thank you so much. I have the privilege to be in Abu Dhabi in January. I was there for the Mega Forum. Yeah, which UAE was so nice to host. And yeah, so it was wonderful. It was too short of a time, unfortunately. There was Ambassador McCain. She led the U.S. delegate at the time. And yeah, so wonderful. Well, anything we can do, please let us know. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Yeah. All right, look forward to that. Thank you so much. Hi, how are you? Yeah. Right, sure. Exactly. We need these. Sorry, I didn't get the microphone.
喂，能听到吗？喂，能听到吗？喂喂，中国代表们，我们到台上拍张合影吧。
中国代表 ，Hello Hello， 中国代表。喂，中国代表，会场内的中国代表，请上来照个相，谢谢。喂。
Hello. Hello? 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 Hello. Hello.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to the 11th Better Air Quality Conference.
Good discussion, good panel sessions, lots of knowledge sharing.
Hello.
Please educate the clean areas here even more so that we can do that.
Hello, Dr. Jayachandra, can you hear us?
I would like to add to the warm welcome to this edition of the Better Air Quality, also from the side of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. We're very happy to have teamed up with Clean Air Asia and the Asian Development Bank, and really a special thanks to the Asian Development Bank for hosting us here at the Accenture Corporation.
We're certainly focused on tackling reducing greenhouse gas emissions in line with what science
Hello.
says is necessary.
Hello.
Halving by
Hello. 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 Hello.
Our aim is just to discuss these issues, but to work towards solutions.
Yeah.
Foster effective collaboration.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm audible, right?
Okay, thank you, sir.
I'm audible. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
And you got the updated PPT.
Together, we can create a brighter and healthier future for ourselves and the next generations in the Asia and the Pacific.
Is it visible?
Yeah, start your presentation, sir. Just once.
Yeah. Are the slides moving?
We highlight that we want always to expand monitoring networks, but it is equally important that access to data is also easy. So that is most important, that they go hand in hand. And at the same time, when there is that access to data, the public is informed of the risks and they are all empowered to be part of the solutions.
Yeah, yes. Now it's
okay.
So, sir, when you, the governance and enforcement part is really important. You cannot get to them without understanding what are the consequences of your air quality situation. You need to do air quality plans.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's please settle down for the next session. Thank you. Our moderator for the next plenary session is Dr. Fu Lu, China Director of Clean Air Asia. Please help me welcome Dr. Fu Lu.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. On our second day at Better Air Quality Conference 2023, we are very pleased to have you at this plenary session where we will discuss clean air and climate solutions from cities and for cities. I'm Fu Lu, China Director of Clean Air Asia. I'll be serving as MC for this forum. This plenary session aims to hear from our esteemed speakers, their respective cities, strategies and achievements for improving air quality and mitigating climate change, as well as opportunities for adoption and scaling up by more cities in this region. As we have heard yesterday and from many speakers, that air pollution remains to be the largest environmental health risk in the world, associated with 6.7 million deaths. With most of that, actually about 70% occurring in Asia, according to the Health Impacts Institute State of Global Air report released in 2020. Clean Air Asia's 2023 Air Quality in Asia Citizen Trend Study highlights the urgent need to take action due to a high number of cities still at risk from health impact from PM2.5. This study actually covers the data from 2011 to 2022 based on the government policies, reports released by the government agencies from 49 countries and 849 cities in 4 sub-regions in Asia. You see here the study found that 99.8% of Asian cities with testable air quality data have not met the 2021 WHO air quality guidelines. There were 46 cities actually, they have met the 2005 WHO AQG. So the results highlight the urgent need for Asian cities continue to strive for better air quality, especially for those cities that are far from the 2021 WHO AQG. Countries in Asia have yet to align their PM2.5 and PM10 air quality standards with the 2021 WAQG. And among these countries, it is noticeable that Myanmar has their PM2.5 and PM10 air quality standards already aligned with the 2005 WAQG, while Singapore for PM10. This is a distribution map of annual PM2.5 concentration in Asian cities against the WAQG both for 2021 and 2005. The study also finds that all Asian megacities have their annual PM2.5 exceeding the WHO AQG 2021 and 2005, except for Tokyo. And 8 among those 19 megacities, their PM2.5 annual concentration went beyond WHO interim target 1. What does this mean? This means the results highlight the air quality improvement is a critical and continuous goal for megacities in this region. On a related note, we know there are strong links between air pollution and climate change have been established. The 6th assessment report of IPCC released this year indicate that global greenhouse gases emissions projected for 2030 indicate that global warming is likely to exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius during the 21st century. With that, it will be very difficult, more difficult to limit within 2 degrees. Since air pollutants and climate forces came from the same sources, decision makers, policy makers sitting here and watching the live streaming of this conference, they are presented with opportunities to harness the co-benefits of improving air quality, mitigating climate change, and protecting public health. So within this 1 hour and a half, we'll hear from our speakers their experiences of improving air quality and adopting low carbon solutions in their respective cities. To start this session off, we'll have a fireside chat to learn from 2 mayors and 1 planning agency head about their experiences, about the importance of developing evidence-based plans and strategies as a systematic approach to take air quality and climate change actions, and also to hear from them their roles as decision makers in initiating the momentum and also sustaining the commitment. To moderate this fireside chat with those honorable guests, let's welcome the Regional Director for East, Southeast Asia, and Oceania at C40, Ms. Sandros Ballesteros. Ms. Sandros Ballesteros is responsible for engaging and supporting C40 member cities in the region, as well as facilitating collaboration between cities across the global C40 network, working with them towards ambitious commitments and transformative actions to address climate change. A native of Manila, Philippines, she has been based in Singapore since 2008. May I request the 3 esteemed speakers to join Ms. Sandros Ballesteros to the stage?
Good morning, everyone. Magandang umaga, and we have Indonesian colleague joining as well. So that's salamat pagi. Namaste. I know this is the second day, and I hope everyone is having a really productive exchange in terms of the ideas that has been shared yesterday, the earlier panel as well. So I am thrilled to be moderating this morning's conversation with obviously our very distinguished speakers who will be sharing lessons from their respective cities' achievements in air quality and climate action. It bears repeating that air pollution is an issue that is influenced by different factors. Given this, it requires strategy to deal with the continuously changing issues and needs concerning air quality or air quality management or AQM. So we know it's not static. We deploy initiatives. There will be air quality management plans. And so, of course, that's where in this session, we are looking at a process called Clean Air Action Planning in terms of really being a key foundation and pillar when we're talking about air quality management. And that's what we would like to hear in terms of how the 3 cities are really looking at local health and environmental impacts of pollution to provide comprehensive understanding of the air quality status in the city. But I think more importantly, it's really responses across the different timelines, immediate, medium, as well as very key to that is also looking at really transformative strategic actions. Through the conversation we'll be having this morning, we hope to have a better appreciation of the clean air action planning. To start off, maybe we are joined here, so we have from Nepal, Philippines, and Indonesia. We'll start off with Nepal. So just a quick introduction. We have Mayor Jevan Khatri joining us from Changunarayan Municipality, which is a municipality in Bhaktapur district in the Bagmati province of Nal, and is part of the urban agglomeration of Kathmandu, which is like 3 million population. The population of Changunarayan is about 90,000 growing perhaps as we speak as well. And then recently, the municipality became the first municipality in Nepal to prepare a municipal air quality management plan that was approved by the municipal board and also is now being implemented. Mayor Jivan played an instrumental role forming a task force consisting of members of the municipal board and senior staff providing strategic guidance. The municipality has also allocated budget for the plan to make sure that it can be implemented in partnership with various stakeholders. So maybe our question really, and one of the key tenets when doing an air quality management plan, or any plan for that matter, climate change is really promoting and ensuring that there's wider public participation. So Mayor Jivan, if you can share more on this work and how you were really able to bring in and make sure that there's wide stakeholder engagement in terms of the preparation of the plan, getting the approval of the municipal board. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. First of all, I would like to thank organizer of EAQ, Clean Air Asia, and ADB, and CCA, and all the partners for giving me to be a part of this important conference. If I were to answer the question in one word, I would say participation. We realize air pollution in a problem in Changunarayan municipality and Kathmandu Valley, because we all breathe the air and we have all felt the impacts air pollution on our health, our children's health. Therefore, the solutions to air pollution must also come from the ground, from local communities, and local businesses and local government must take the lead. So when we decided to do something about the air pollution in our city, we first went to on listening tour, where we listened to the views of all key shareholders, governments, private sectors, civil society, and experts. This was the first phase, or consolations phase. The second phase was analysis phase, where we analyzed concerns and suggestions for stakeholders. We analyzed air quality data from various studies, as well as 2 sensors that we had set up in our municipality. And we analyzed possible solutions to the pollution. We talked to brick industries on possible ways to address air pollution from the brick kilns and come up with a 10 points agreement. Similarly, we talked to the transporter operators and the waste collection companies. We even formed a network of civil society organizations. The third phase was the action phase, where our municipal board formed a task force led by Dana Khatri, who heads the environment committee in the board of prepare a municipal air quality management plan. Task force again consulted stakeholders to the prepared plan. Finally, verifications workshop was organized to ensure that there was buy-in from all stakeholders. The municipal board finally endorsed the plan on August 10th, 2023, thus making Changunarayan the first municipality in Nepal to have a municipal level 8 quality management plan. But what is more important than the plan is the participatory process in which was developed. We could have hired a consultants and prepare a plan in a few months, but we went through the long participatory process. This was the important and ensure local ownerships and that helped in getting support for the board and all stakeholders. And now it is helping us as we start implementing the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think, just a reminder, I think what resonated there is that when the Mayor Jivan was talking about participation, you actually identified it into the phases, the consultation, analysis, and of course, more importantly, really action. Moving on to a city in the Philippines that we are very familiar with C40. You might have heard Mark yesterday in the keynote referencing some of the collaboration. But for those of you who are not aware, Quezon City is the biggest city within Metropolitan Manila. A bit of trivia as well for international delegates here who may be staying in Crown Plaza, just across ADB. That's actually under the jurisdiction of Mayor Joy Belmonte of Quezon City. Quezon City is known like an international city as well, and that meant, of course, looking at international targets and context. So from 2022 to 2023, the city government, led by they have a dedicated climate change and environmental sustainability department and an interagency air quality technical working group, developed Quezon City's air quality management plan towards meeting its international clean air and climate commitments. Quezon City also has an enhanced local climate action plan that delivers on the Paris Agreement. We are joined, of course, today by Mayor Joy Belmonte. Very long profile and accolades, but the most recent one, I hope everyone joins me again in congratulating her as being given the award of UNEP Champions of the Earth, which is really a global award, and just honored to be with her. So Mayor Joy, our question is, even within C40, you committed to air quality accelerator, which has targets. Of course, you have plans in terms of Paris Agreement. How did you contextualize that? Because sometimes when you look at international commitments and targets, what did that mean in terms of your air quality management plan and of course your climate action plan?
Good morning, Milag. Good morning to Mayor Jivan and to Mr. Decky and to Bushan. So, and to everybody here today. So, yeah, just to add to what Milag said, this part of Metro Manila has 3 cities meeting. So there's Pasig, Mandaluyong, and Quezon City. So here we are in Pasig. But if you live in Crown Plaza or you shop in the mall Galleria, that's already Quezon City. But the other side of that mall is Holiday Inn, so already Pasig. So, and if you go to Mega Mall, that's Mandaluyong. So that's something.
So you might be contributing to the economy of 3 cities.
Yes, thank you so much for that. Now, Quezon City is a signatory of many international and global commitments pertaining to air quality. And really, we wanted to do this because we noticed the worsening quality of our air in our city. And this affects greatly the health condition of our people. Respiratory diseases are among top 3 causes of death in our city. So we decided we really had to do something about it. Now, when we signed the commitment with C40 City, this came with some support from C40, which we're very grateful for. So we were given some air quality sensors that we installed in various parts of the city, and this enables us in real time to determine the quality of our air. And this helps us communicate this to the people of Quezon City. Because, for example, not too long ago, we woke up and it was really black. There was haze, and all the other cities were panicking. And there was this issue about should cities suspend school, not suspend school. But because we had the air quality sensors, we could already see whether the quality of the air was really at the level wherein people really had to stay indoors, or we could just advise them to wear masks outside. So in other words, the air sensors allowed us to make evidence-based scientific decisions for our people. And that's one thing we are very strong about in Quezon City. It's important for us to base all our decisions on data. Now, that's one aspect. Now, the second is, of course, making our air quality management plan. And you already mentioned that. And for us, again, we started with gathering evidence evidence through evidence-based tools and scientific approaches. And because of that, we were able to determine really the quality of our air. And we noticed, based on evidence, that 91% of all pollutants in Quezon City come from transport sources, and the remaining 9% come from point sources or area sources, and that's basically factories, not in Quezon City, of course, and of course residential and commercial establishments. So having seen, based on evidence, that 91% comes from transport, now our interventions have to do mainly with addressing this issue. No? So good mayor mentioned issues like, I guess, transportation, bike lanes, etc. So in Quezon City, one of the things we're planning to do, and we are already doing, at present we've already installed about 173 kilometers of bike lanes. And my goal is by the end of my term, the entire city will have bike lanes, 350 kilometers of bike lanes. No? So that's one. The second is Quezon City has a fleet of about 1,000 vehicles. These are police vehicles, ambulances, service vehicles. So all of these will be transitioned to electric vehicles starting this year already. No? So we have been budgeting for that. Admittedly, the financing is difficult, but we are determined to see that through. And the third is encouraging our people, of course, to bike. And we have a bus network in Quezon City that's free. We're the only city that has free bus transportation for our people. And these buses are going to be transitioned to electric buses already. We're purchasing our first fleet our first route. There are 8 routes being traversed. The first route of 8 buses will be electric by this year. No? So the transitioning to EVs is something we're really trying to do here. And pedestrianization, of course, the way we're planning our city now, our land use makes it easier to pedestrianize. It makes it easier to use bikes, makes it easier for people to access essential services without using their vehicles. And this is, of course, the concept of the 15-minute city. And this is something we're working on as well in our various neighborhoods to make sure that all essential businesses can be accessed by walking or biking within 15 minutes. No? So that's part of our strategy as well. So I guess I will end there, Milag.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And in 5 minutes, Mayor Joy laid down. I know there's a lot there, but I hope our audience is really inspired when you hear mayors almost top of the head mentioning statistics, mentioning what's in the pipeline, to highlight that when we are looking at, of course, air quality, for it to really become transformative in terms of actions, it needs to be science-based, data-based. Air quality is a gut issue, but when we address that with solutions, we come up with science. It's not based on hunch as well. And it's really good to hear Quezon City share on that. Moving to a nearer neighbor, Indonesia, Tangerang City is home to about 2 million people and is part of the Greater Jakarta Metropolitan Cluster. It is the center of manufacturing industry in the Java Island, housing more than 1,000 factories. Of course, Tangerang City government expressed full commitment to contribute to the achievement of Indonesia's NDC, but at the same time, coming up with the regional action plan for greenhouse gas reduction in Banten province, as well as a regulation on air pollution. So joining us this morning is Mr. Deki, or Pa Deki, who is Rindan Dartono. I hope I did justice to that. Engineer by nature, but actually has a PhD in economics. Interesting. But now he's really heading the planning agency of Tangerang City. So, Pa Deki, it would be interesting to hear about how Indonesia's air quality and climate priorities at the national level, as indicated in the National Midterm Development Plan, informs the direction and ambition of your city's local government. Mayor Joy was talking about international commitments, of course, aligning with national. So if you can go deeper in terms of Indonesia's plan and then Tangerang City's plans and strategic approaches.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Miss Mila. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Clean Air Asia for inviting us so to attend this very important and beneficial conference. It provides us with an opportunity to learn and share our knowledge of how to deal with environmental problems and addresses climate issues. So regarding your questions, I will start with to introduce briefly about the Indonesian planning system. Indonesia consists of 38 provinces and is divided into 416 districts and 98 cities, and Tangerang City is one of them. So according to law number 25 of 2004, the National Development Plan, there are 3 types of development plans. The first is the long-term development plan, which is planned for a period of 20 years. And the second is the medium-term development plan, which is planned for a period of 5 years. And the last is the annual development plans. All types of these documents should be provided at the national, provincial, and district or city levels. The evaluation and synchronization of planning documents at city or district level is a process carried out by the provincial government. Meanwhile, the provincial planning documents is evaluated by the central government. This phase is very important as it ensures that the measures and targets stated in all the planning documents are an inseparable part of the planning documents at the national, provincial, city, or district level. Based on these documents, cities and districts derive several programs and activities using local wisdom to fulfill what citizens need. Therefore, the programs or activities could differ from city to city and district to district. After the evaluation has been finished by the provincial government, the next step is the legalizing process, which is done generally by the mayor and regional legislative council. The planning process is then concluded and the programs can be implemented. Now, the next step is the process of monitoring the implementation of activities. The evaluation process is carried out quarterly, conducted by the central government, and is announced publicly. Rewards are given to cities or districts that have achieved the set targets or have demonstrated significant efforts to achieve these targets. Rewards are given by the central government to province, cities, or districts for the fulfilling technical standards in environment management and achieving targets set in the planning documents. These rewards are provided in the form of regional incentive funds, additional transfer fund, technical assistance, or construction project assistance related to environment management and improvement. For example, the Tangerang City government has received incentive for building construction in the final disposal site to improve waste management. We have received facilitated financing for processing waste into electrical energy at the final disposal sites. This reward mechanism has become a big motivation for local government to work hard so that the progress can be achieved faster and better than other local governments. Additionally, we learn from other cities or districts on how to deal with challenges and achieve better results. In conclusion, there are 2 factors that ensure that national air quality and climate priorities are integrated and aligned with the local government policy. First, the synchronization phase in planning process. And the second one is incentive mechanism that provided by the central government.
Thank you very much. And I'm conscious of time. This is supposed to be like very, very quick fireside chat. And I know our speakers really try to capture sort of like the complexity, but also a number of initiatives that each of the cities are deploying. So I just encourage, of course, our delegates on the side. Even I think what you were mentioning is making this information available. But Pa Deki, Terry Makasi, very good points on how you look at air quality and tackling that with a multi-level governance approach as well, in the same way as climate. So very key when we are talking about air quality. Maybe before we really close off this fireside chat or quick session, one question that we would request our speakers, maybe in 1 to 2 minutes reply. What would be your advice for city decision makers or, public policy makers as well, who are faced with the challenge of the need for immediate response, but are also tasked to develop long-term strategies, which I think everyone's dealing with. We're talking about cities. On the one hand, if you had an air quality crisis, you need to respond the same way as like climate, that there would be an emergency measures. But what does that mean in terms of balancing that when you talk about long-term development strategies as well? Let's start with you, Mayor Joy.
Well, first, I would say that first, it's important to have a long-term development strategy. That in itself is a solution to many problems already, because here in the Philippines, many local government units are very reactive when they make decisions. Now, depending what's going on, then they make a decision. But if you have a plan, then you have a very good idea about the general trends and data that are in your city. And if there are certain occurrences that happen in your city, as long as your plan is based on evidence and data and science, you can make decisions very, very quickly. Now, and again, I would like to cite what happened in Quezon City and the whole of Metro Manila just a few months ago. There was a haze or a smog, and nobody quite knew, is that coming from the volcano, is that pollution, what was that? But everybody else was panicking and then making arbitrary decisions about suspending work, suspending classes, what to do, stay indoors, stay outdoors. But because we had these sensors, now we have 30, but we're going to have another 20 by the end of the year. We're going to have 40. These sensors were telling us what parts of the city were more polluted, or had more smog, what parts of the city were not. And so we could make very localized decisions and advice to our people. And now we have a Facebook page, for example, that all Q citizens are on. No? They follow that. And on this Facebook page, and as well as in all our social media accounts, we post our advice based on data, that this is what you should be doing if you live in this center or that area or this area. This is the air quality, this respective areas, and so we can make those decisions. But at the end of the day, these should not really affect your long-term plan, which is at the end of the day minimizing air pollutants and improving air quality for the entire city.
Thank you very much, Mayor Joy. And I would understand some of those emergencies actually also provide you with an insight in terms of maybe future as well incidents, right? Maybe over to you, Pat Deki. What would be your reply or advice at this point?
Okay, thank you. I think it's we have to do both immediate response term and the long-term development strategies. Yeah, the short-term strategy prioritize towards how to reduce and prevent worse impact on society as immediate actions. Use the resources that are existing and available to handle the problem optimally. At the same time, for the long-term strategies, we have to prepare. Comprehensive planning is needed to reduce the main source of the problems. Applying environmental friendly technology and treatment, and providing proper facilities and infrastructures. The implementation of these measures should be guaranteed and based on strong provisions and regulation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Very concrete in terms of, I think, immediate response, making use of resources available at that point in time, but also keeping in mind in terms of what that means strategically as well. Mayor Jivan, over to you.
Thank you. To other city, I would say just three things. First of all, plan your action, but make sure you engage all stakeholders in preparing your plan. Second, some actions can be taken immediately. This is the importance to show your communicate to the action. For example, we start by banning open burning of waste. For some, we need to details studies. We want to have electric public transport. For that, we did a feasibility study, and now we want to the start in a few routes where they are found to be feasible. And third, political commitment is very important for us. Getting the support of the municipal board was crucial. Now, Kathmandu Valley Mayors Forum, which is a platform for all 18 mayors and deputy mayors of Kathmandu Valley, has also endorsed a 10 points commitment to take action on clean air. And the first commitment is for all municipality to prepare air quality management plans in the participatory manners. So we need participatory plan, action, and political commitment is good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mayor, really for sharing that sort of like breadth of experience in English. We actually had Boshan in case, there are additional details as well. I am very conscious of the time. We try to squeeze in 3 cities, very diverse context within 25 minutes. I won't even try and sort of like summarize there, but I think some key points really that mayors in their various sharing really highlighted. Mayor Joy, the need for evidence and grounding planning, even immediate response decisions based on data. Pat Deki mentioning really there needs to be an alignment and understanding, and more importantly, delivering action multi-level across governments. And of course, I think highlighted as well. And all of this, they were mentioning it in different frames, but everyone was also mentioning what it means to communicate to the public and also involve them in that. Sometimes cities are seen as like, you just deliver municipal services, but actually, the cities actually, as I think what you've heard when we talk about climate action planning or air quality management plan, cities are actually now really driving sort of like the development within cities. It's not just a matter of making sure waste is collected or that there's no traffic. It's really cities now becoming real actors in terms of what it means strategically and building cities of the future, while the current residents really enjoy what it means to have a livable and healthy cities. On that note, I would like to thank again our esteemed, distinguished speakers. Thank you very much again. A round of applause to all of them. I've always been asked what a fireside chat is, if there's a real fire, but hopefully with their sharing, it actually gives us fire and inspiration to work together when we're talking about air quality. So again, thank you very much to our speakers. Thank you again. Maraming salamat. Terima kasih. Namaste. Okay, I'll head on to the next panel and to continue our next session wherein we will be having a panel discussion with another set of top caliber national government representatives from India, Vietnam, China, and Georgia to share their national strategies in improving the air quality in a national scale. Let us all welcome our panel discussion moderator, the Director of Clean Air Asia in India, Ms. Archana Walia. I hope I pronounced that right. I was ready promoting Clean Air Asia. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone.
Good morning, everyone, and I invite all my panelists on the stage, please. Welcome. Hi, please come. Good morning, everyone. It's a great privilege for me to be here and a great honor, actually, to join you in this plenary session, focusing on air quality and climate solutions from cities for cities. We know globally, including here in Asia, countries and cities have shown great commitment and demonstrated some progress in reducing emissions, improving air quality, and setting their development trajectories to a sustainable path. However, we must acknowledge that we need to do more. We need to accelerate further the implementation of solutions at scale as of health, environmental, and social and economic cost of inaction on air and climate can no longer be ignored. And we've heard this repeatedly from eminent speakers, all this morning. So after this fruitful fireside chat we have witnessed, we would like to hear more about the actions addressing air pollution and climate at a sectoral level. These vary for each local government based on what issues they are facing and their priority pollution source. More effective interventions vary based on the local context and the target sector. For the rest of this session, we can look forward to learning more about the crucial elements of air quality and climate solutions, such as governance and institutional arrangements, use of data to inform actions, and communication and stakeholder engagement. It is my honor to present everyone, our panelists, for our discussion this morning. And using my privilege of a moderator and at the request of our panelist who is joining us virtually, I would like to first invite Dr. K.S. Jayachandran, Special Secretary, Department of Environment, Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi, and Member Secretary, Delhi Pollution Control Board. Sir, it's an honor and privilege that you could join us today virtually, and pity that you could not be here in person, actually tackling the severe air pollution situation in Delhi at the moment. Dr. K.S. Jayachandran holds responsibility in improving the overall environmental quality, including conservation of forests, wildlife, and wetlands in National Capital Territory of Delhi. He is actively engaged in overall environmental assessment, monitoring, protection, and awareness generation, including supervision as well as mentoring of scientific officers and enforcement personnel. Dr. Jayachandran, can you please share with us, amongst several sectoral initiatives that you have been taking to address air pollution issues in Delhi, the efforts that have happened to control construction dust in the city? Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A very good morning to everyone, all the esteemed panelists and the participants in this very prestigious air quality conference. I just got 4 to 5 slides just to highlight the plethora of actions which Delhi government has been taking, especially to control and manage construction dust. I hope I'm audible, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So we all know, as we also saw in the fireside chat, that data is really crucial for scientific and sustainable management of air quality, whatever be the sources. And towards the direction, Delhi has a very, very close network of ambient air quality monitoring stations, numbering around 40 in a small size of 1,400 square kilometer. So what we get is some really quality data on the particulate matter pollution. Apart from having this network of monitoring stations, air quality monitoring stations, we also conduct regular real-time source apportionment so that we get to understand the real sources of air pollution, the real sources of particulate pollution. And in during successive real-time source apportionment studies, we have come to understand that construction dust accounts to around 10 to 20% of the PM concentrations in Delhi's air. And that's why we have a very strong and scientific plan to manage construction dust, both on a short term and long term. And the first thing I would say is that have processing infrastructure. It's very important that we provide a very well-distributed network of processing infrastructure and collection points throughout the city, especially of the CND waste generated in the city. So the approximate quantity which is generated in Delhi is around 5,000 to 6,000 tons per day, the construction waste. And we have now around 4 to 5 operational facilities which processes this waste, and we still have got a gap of around 2,800 tons per day. So we have a plan which is coming up in December next month. By end of the year, we'll have 100% processing facilities in Delhi, so which would be able to handle 100% of the generation of CNT waste in the city. What we are looking at in the future, the way forward, is to create a demand for the processed CNT products. So it's equally important that we create demands so that the business of processing and offtake of recycled and processed products is met properly. Apart from that, the in-situ utilization of CNT waste in the major construction projects is another important area where we are paying attention to. Delhi Metro, which is a major construction project proponent in Delhi, they have already started and have been doing commendable work in ensuring in-situ utilization of CNT waste. We are in talks with other major project proponents also to ensure that the CNT waste generated in the project is utilized in situ. Coming to the plan, the construction dust quality management plan, we have majorly three pillars. One is the implementation of the guidelines. We have very strong standards and guidelines on CNT dust mitigation, and this has been communicated to all the project proponents. And it's very important to create a sustainable, extensive awareness campaign, so that all the proponents are in the bracket. So we have continuous major awareness campaigns consisting of IEC materials in local language, in simple language, so that the local, the construction workers and the laborers, they get to understand the technicalities of employing clean construction practices. And then number two, we also have personal hearings. We give personal hearings to construction project proponents. And then we also hand-holding workshops to all these construction industry workers. And through this process, we managed to create a good web of awareness across the industry. And then the way forward in this particular sector of implementing standards and guidelines is to increase the awareness through set templates, manuals, and knowledge, and also to embed clean construction practices in the contracts. In both these areas, Clean Air Asia has been a very good partner to Delhi, and they have been helping us very, very ably, both in IEC campaigns, in extending the knowledge of clean construction, as well as trying to embed the practices in contracts through a clean construction document. Number two is to have a structure, a framework, and you also create awareness about the guidelines. It's very important that we monitor them. So towards the direction, we have this website, a web portal for self-assessment. So on this web portal, it's mandatory that every project of more than 500 square meter, they self-register themselves in the portal. And then all these sites should have video fencing and air quality sensors mandatorily. And through this portal, we'll be able to monitor all these sites, both through video as well as through the air quality sensors. As of now, there are around 1,000 projects which have self-registered on the portal, which have been monitored online. Now, there is also an application, Green Delhi mobile application, through which the citizens can lodge their complaints related to construction dust. Another way forward, which we are looking at, to make our portal comprehensive and to reflect the real database of all the building projects in the city. So we are working towards linking the building plans to this particular portal, so that we have a comprehensive dynamic database of all the projects in the city. Now, ground enforcement. After you have a framework for web-based monitoring, it's also important to do some ground truthing and also do real ground enforcement. And towards this direction, we are on 600 teams during the winter, which does all the inspections to ensure compliance of dust control norms in the construction projects. To give a sense about how extensive these inspections are, on an average, there are 10,000 inspections being conducted in a month, especially in construction sites and also non-compliant C&D material transport vehicles. So this is the long-term and the short-term air quality management plan from construction desk. Apart from this, we also have an emergency plan. So when in the winter months, Delhi faces emergency air quality situations wherein routinely we cross 400 and 450 AQI. So here we have an emergency response action plan wherein we proactively implement certain set of actions based upon air quality forecasts rather than retroactively implementing them once the levels are breached. So these measures are to be invoked at least 2-3 days in advance based upon forecasting models. I mean, we also go to the extent of banning construction demolition altogether when the air quality crosses into the severe category. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And I think this is a very, very interesting case in point where you've highlighted the need of a data-driven and science-based approach to identify the major sources of pollution. And so, you know, I mean, then you have a plan, and the way that you are building up from initial guidelines to having an implementation framework and building the requirements of monitoring. Initially, we know that this is self-declaration, but we are heading towards like a regulated one, and effective enforcement. And also during this whole process, you know, the engagement of the implementing agencies, the discussions that you're having with all the major players in the construction business, awareness and training. So I think this is a perfect example of how a sectoral solution needs to be approached to mitigate construction in the construction sector, both mitigate as well as to have emergency measures laid out. So your leadership, I think, is and your commitment to this is exemplary. We are very, very grateful to work with you on this front. Please stay on, sir, if you can, but we do understand your compulsion if you have to, you know, go for your meeting that we heard that you had to. Yeah. Thank you very much for participating.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
So moving on, I would like to then call upon the Deputy Director of the Air Division of Beijing's Municipal Ecology Environmental Bureau, Ms. Shi Jingkai. Ms. Jingkai has been involved in air quality management and the formulation of measures to prevent and control air pollution since 2013. She participated in the development of various plans, including the Beijing Clean Air Action Plan from 2013 to 2017, 3-year action plan for Beijing's Blue Sky Act Plan, as well as the annual atmospheric pollution prevention and control action plan. Welcome, Ms.
Thank you.
So can you please speak to us about Beijing's comprehensive framework to reduce air pollution, focusing on policies in key sectors that support pollution control measures?
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. It's my honor to be here to share the experience of air pollution control in Beijing. In 1998, Beijing started the war against air pollution. In the following years, we persisted in implementing air pollution control measures. Until now, we have conducted 16 stages air pollution control measures from 1998 to 2012, and followed by Beijing Clean Air Action Plan from 2013 to 2017. And we started the Beijing Blue Sky Action Plan for 3 years, and battle to prevent and control pollution year by year. After years of hard work, we have managed to improve air quality while maintaining economic growth. In this figure, we can see that since 1998, GDP, population, vehicles, and energy consumption have grown rapidly. At the same time, annual average concentrations of air pollutants have achieved rapid decline. Over the past decade, we focused on PM2.5 control. In 2022, the annual concentration of PM2.5 has fallen to 30 micrograms per cubic meter, which was 90 in 2013. Then how did Beijing succeed? Since 2013, Beijing has completed 3 rounds of PM2.5 source apportionment. And we found out motor vehicle, coal burning, industrial production, dust, domestic pollution are the main sources of PM2.5. Therefore, different measures were adopted to aim at these sources respectively. And these measures took effect in 2 phases. From 2013 to 2017, comprehensive boiler renovation and clean household fuels were main contributors to the reduction of PM2.5 concentration. By now, a total of 28 megawatts of coal-fired boilers were renovated and basically achieved the elimination of coal-fired boilers. Beijing completed coal-to-gas and coal-to-electricity transformation in over 1.3 million households and realized coal-free in plain areas. From 2018 to 2021, mobile source emission control and task source comprehensive treatment became the main contributors. We took special measures to control high-emission vehicles and non-road mobile machineries. A total of 2.3 million old vehicles were obsoleted, and the amount of new energy vehicles comes to 720,000. Besides local emission, regional transmission is an important source of PM2.5. I believe many cities share similar situations. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, Beijing is easily affected by pollutants transmitted from the south. The total amount of pollution emissions in the whole areas of Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei region is very large, which requires coordinated air pollution control mechanisms between these areas. So, steering group for coordinated prevention and control of air pollution in Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei, and surrounding areas was established. Cooperation between these areas have been proved to be successful, such as regional air pollution early warning, unifying heavy pollution emergency classification standard, and unified legislation. Beijing has got remarkable achievements in air pollution control. However, there is still a gap compared with other cities. We will further strengthen our work, and we hope more communications and cooperations between us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing the approach that you utilize to develop the clear action plans. And I think we've been hearing since yesterday, Beijing is a perfect example of things have to be approached. And I think what was interesting was that you also took it beyond the boundaries of the city and took a regional approach basically to address. And I think you also highlighted the science-based approach to develop your targets and to put in the measures in place to identify the sectoral solutions. So thank you very much for your comments. We are very happy to have with us the Deputy Director of Hanoi Environmental Protection Agency in Vietnam, Ms. Lu Thang Chi. Ms. Lu Thang Chi has 12 years of experience as the head of Department of Environmental Impact Assessment in Hanoi Environmental Protection Agency and 8 years as Vice Director of Hanoi EPA, in charge of project management and environmental education communication, as well as of reducing air pollution and waste. Welcome. Ms. Lu, can you share about the Hanoi's EPA's efforts in addressing agriculture burning, especially in districts where this practice is widespread?
Okay. Archana. Hi, everyone. I'm from Hanoi Environmental Protection Agency. I am honored to be here to say about Hanoi action and recent reducing the straw burning and air pollution. First of all, I want to say about the current state of rice straw overburning in Hanoi. Total rice cultivation.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Do you need your presentation? Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Total rice cultivation areas, 67,000 hectares, 20% Hanoi total areas. Total rice, 428,000 tons. Straw burning twice a year, May to June and October to November. The for reason for burning is make the field easier to blow, clear the field quickly for the next crop, use art for fertilizer, cannot find anyone to collect or buy the straw. Secondly, here our challenge and opportunity. Challenge government coordination. With coordination and overlapping administration, no responsible party. RSOB is not considered as a serious environmental issue and not give priority in budget and regulation. Local farmer and community have to change habit. Farming diverse and small scale requiring diverse solution, lack of alternative and incentive, lack of training and pilots are good example. Opportunity, air pollution become visible. Public concerts in hotspot area near national highway and airport. Local districts are seeking piloting and adapting different solutions. Connection and network in clean air, including scientists, business, and government agency. Lastly, we implemented the solution about policy, national policy on agricultural waste and greenhouse gas. 100 people committee published decree set the goal that open burning of straw, agricultural residue, and waste will be eliminated in Hanoi. Regulation on penalties for RSOB on solid waste. Here the map PM 245 dispersion from RSOB to community alternative solution. RSOB on spring to 2020 to 2021. Three top priority solution. One, monitoring, collaborate between the scientists, satellite and field research. Two, technical EM compost, biofuel strawberry, grow mushroom, make handicraft. Three, multi-stakeholder engagement. Lastly, I got the result. Emission from RSB reduced from 2020 to 2022, 39% to 11.5%. We are putting on effort to stop 100% straw overburning in Hanoi on 2025. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think a very, very interesting way of how the challenges that you identified have been converted to opportunities, and specifically the challenge of behavior change. So part of it might have been done through the decree that you said, directive, I presume, and also the participation of the stakeholders, I think, in addressing the solution. And it is very encouraging to see that you've been able to bring down more than half the emissions from rice cultivation. Thank you very much. To provide perspective on the important role that people's organization take on us as we carry out air quality and climate solutions, we have with us the head of propaganda department in Noise Women's Association, also from Vietnam, Ms. Hoang Tho Hong. Ms. Hong currently serves as a dedicated member of the Standing Committee and head of the Education and Communication Department at the Hanoi Women's Union, and has a key role in mobilizing women's participation in environmental work. Since 2020, Ms. Hong has contributed noteworthy programs, including those which resulted to reducing agriculture burning and use of honeycomb charcoal stove. So, Ms. Thong, can you please talk us about the experience of Hanoi's Women's Association in facilitating bottom-up and community-driven actions in addressing agriculture burning, thereby complementing EPA's efforts, as we heard that they have been able to bring it down to quite an extent. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Thu Hong. You can call me Rosalind because Thu Hong is very difficult to everybody call me. You call me Rosalind. Yeah. I'm from Hanoi Women Union, and at today's conference, I would like to present a focus on the role of Women Union and how to implement the model post-harvest straw treatment to prevent open straw burnings. In Vietnam, label farming right growing tasks are mainly women. Therefore, the role of women is very important to protecting the environment. And last year, Hanoi Women Union advised the Hanoi People Committee to improve the project promoting the role of women union at all levels in building new rural area and civilized urban area by 2025. And which we implement the model called Women Participating in Post-Harvest Straw Processing. And the project's objective is to build awareness and women participation in the development of agriculture. This includes the construction of new rural development closely linked to the environment protection, community health, and improving the quality of life for women in rural area. And the target audience are women member family and farmer household who is working in agricultural production area in shops opened in Hanoi City. And result, there are over 5,400 female across the 10 districts and towns actively participating in the post-harvest through treatment to eliminate the straw open burning. And women participation and application in this solution have contributed to reduce air pollution and improving the health of residents in Hanoi and its surrounding area. And to achieve this result, we have get the following experience. The first experience is implement the small scale pilot project rather than implementing on the larger scale. And the second valuable experience is planning and implementing with multi-stakeholder participatory to mobilize result and coordinate according to the strengths. And the third experience is continuously again in discussion, scientific-based evaluation, and lesson learned before scaling up. And one of the reasons we can successfully deploy the model is start using evidence based on convenient farmer, women, and other stakeholders. And the result is pilot location so that improve the agriculture land quality and increase production productivity. And this is the key factor to convince people to implement this model. This is some experience from Hanoi Women Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Song. I think it's a perfect example of how stakeholder participation and especially local community participation is so important from the very beginning, because one, it not only helps with the uptake of the solutions that one is trying to promote, but it also probably shows them that there is some benefit for the local community, maybe through business opportunity or through maybe monetary benefits. So thank you for sharing that experience with us. And finally, with us, we have today, I welcome the project manager of the Tbilisi Transport and Urban Development Agency of Georgia, Mr. David Aslanchvili. Sorry about the wrong pronunciation. Mr. David's role focuses on project management and also on shaping the urban development of Tbilisi. He has worked on various projects in partnership with German Development Corporation or GIZ. He's currently leading the charge as the project manager for the ADB-funded Superblocks project, which has the overall aim of transforming urban spaces into vibrant, eco-friendly areas. So, Mr. David, can you please share with us about your experience in urban transport solutions and impacts on improving citizens' health and quality of life?
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you, ADB, for organizing this great conference. And thank you for giving me a chance to represent my city's experience, knowledge that has been gained throughout these recent years. So I'll start my presentation with some brief introduction and facts about the city where I came from. Tbilisi is the capital of Georgia, and the population of Georgia is approximately 3.7 million people now. And almost a third of the people live in Tbilisi. So the rapid growth of the city within the last 30 years has led the city to suffer from traffic congestion, air and noise pollution today. And also it should be highlighted that Tbilisi, unfortunately, is a very car-dependent city nowadays. So as an agency of transport and urban development, we try our best to change that. But to change this, you have to offer people comfortable, accessible for everyone, and affordable public transport system. You can see on the slide the mobility rate we have in Tbilisi comparing to some European cities. And now we have major causes of air pollution. We had several studies and researches, and they showed us that the main cause and main source of air pollution for Tbilisi is motorized vehicles. And you can see on the slides top three causes of air pollution in Tbilisi. Traffic, 16.2%. Emissions from the buildings, 17.5%. And on this, I would like to highlight that we have some regulations during the construction works in our capital, but we have sometimes enforcement problems. So this is one of the biggest challenges for us to regulate this field. Also, we have industries which has 24.2% portion in air pollution. On this same slide, you can see the mobility share we have. This indicates what type of transportation mode people choose every day. And to make changes, you definitely need some legal basis and policy to make. You can see on this slide all the legal documents we produced during the recent years. We have National Climate Strategy, Tbilisi Resilience Strategy, Green Cities Action Plan. In 2019, we developed our Land Use Master Plan, which covers everything, including urban development of Tbilisi and also transportation system. And on the basis of Land Use Master Plan, we also, with the financial help of ADB, produced our first ever sustainable urban mobility plan, which we call Tbilisi Transport Plan today. So you can see three main goals of the SAMP we have now. And on my last slide, you can see the poster of our first ever Tbilisi Transport Plan. We finally have it, like the cities from Eastern Europe, like Dresden, Lvov, Budapest. And those are three main pillars of the SAMP. And down below on the slide, you can also see the goal which we have. The blue one indicates mobility share nowadays, and the yellow one indicates what we want to have in 20 years perspective. It should be highlighted that our transport plan is a clear action plan which offers to the city short, medium, and long-term plans. And it shows us how we want to see our city in 5, 10, and 20 years perspective. So that was my presentation. Thank you everyone for your attention and your time. Good luck everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Again, I think a good example in the sector, or the urban transport sector, where a strategy translates into an action plan into solutions, where not only it enhances the life of the people also, both from safety and comfort and quality of life, and also, get the environmental benefits. So thank you very much for sharing that with us. So we come to the end of this panel discussion, and I think there are some common themes that we've seen in all the presentations, is how the cities and the city agencies and governments are basically trying to tackle the problem of air pollution, and also basically it's a commitment to the better life for the citizens of the city. And all of it we saw was very science-based and data-driven, because not only that kind of helps identify the major sources of pollution, but also identifies the specific solutions that are needed to address those challenges. I think the other theme that we saw was that from the very beginning, if it is participatory with stakeholder engagement, I think it contributes to the success of those solutions for uptake. So I kind of would like to thank all my panelists again, Dr. K.S.J. Chandran, Mr. Shi Jingkai, Ms. Lu Than Chi, Ms. Huang Tho Hong, and Mr. David Aslan Vishvili. And I would like to pass it back to my colleague, Dr. Fulu, for wrap up. Thank you so much. Thank you. A round of applause.
Yeah, please stay on stage for a picture. Thank you so much. Now I know I'm standing between you and the lunch, so I'll be very brief in the wrap up. This plenary session, we have 7 speakers, decision makers, policymakers, and community leaders. They have shown us the city-level air quality management plan, and also have sectoral, urban transport, agriculture, burning, even construction dust control, different approaches. At least my personal takeaways are 3. First, public concern about air pollution and protecting public health is the driver to improve air quality and mitigating climate change. Second is evidence-based, science-based policymaking and implementation is the key. It's mentioned by decision makers. It's also mentioned by community leaders. And the last would be stakeholder inclusive, participatory approach during the policy development and implementation. This is the key to have success. And my last word I want to say to the audience here is, based on this plenary's experience sharing, the message is this can be done, and this needs to be done faster and better. Then we can have a much better air quality in this region. And now I would like to have the last bit of this plenary, appreciation ceremony we are gonna have now. May I call on Mr. Bhushan Palada to host this appreciation ceremony, please?
Thank you. This is just a special announcement, a ceremony for, that the mayor of Changunaren wanted to do. Changunaren is, just to let you know, for anyone who's been to Kathmandu Valley, in Kathmandu Valley, the westerly winds bring pollution from the west and goes towards the east. Changunaren is in the eastern side of the valley, so they are the recipient of all the pollution. So that's why he was very keen on tackling this problem. If you have been to Kathmandu, you'll also notice that Changunaren municipality has a World Heritage Site, and it also has the most popular site where you can view the mountains. It's called Nagarkot. You don't want to miss Nagarkot if you're in Kathmandu. That's where you view the mountains. And if you're an air pollution expert, that is your natural air pollution monitoring site. If you can see the mountains, it's a good day. If you can't, there's a problem. So, Mr. Honorable Mayor wanted to invite all of you to Changunaren because they are hosting Visit Nagarkot 2025. Hopefully in 2 years, the plan that he had presented will have some progress that we can show. So please visit Nagarkot with your family and friends for a vacation, with your business for meetings, or if you're in air quality or any other professional for conferences and so on. Nagarkot is a hill station just east of Kathmandu, excellent conference facilities as well. So for that, he wanted to give mementos to the organizers here. May I invite the mayor, Jivan Khatri, to the stage, and may I invite Janak Khatri, who is also from the municipality, and Surendra to help him with this. Can I invite Ms. Yoko Watanabe from ADB to receive the memento on behalf of ADB. Is she here? Okay, she's on her way. Maybe Mr. Bindu Lohani Mr. Peterson from Cleaner Asia. Cleaner Asia has been a long-term friend of Kathmandu for the last 20 years. Kathmandu City has been a partner organization, and it's a pleasure to invite. I know Cleaner Asia has come to Kathmandu many times, but Mr. Peterson will be glad to host you in Kathmandu again. So this is a little memento. Oh, he gets a nice hat. I hope it fits. All right. Okay, I thought that was one gift, but there's a lot of gifts. If you want those gifts, you know where to go. Nagarkot. Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Martina Ocho from CCAC. Are you around? There you are. Nepal is a member of CCAC, recently joined CCAC, but has been involved with CCAC for a long time, and organizations such as EC Mode has been engaged with CCAC for a long time. Martina, the next CCAC meeting in Nagarkot. And of course, thank you very much for organizing BAQ and giving us this platform where we can share our experiences. Martina, you're looking lovely with that hat. Thank you. And is Yoko here yet? Not yet. Okay, never mind. Or anybody else from ADB that I can invite to receive on behalf of Ms. Watanabe? Oh, Karma. Karma from ADB. Please. Yes, please. Nepal, as a member of ADB, regularly receives support from ADB, and also in air pollution control area, we've implemented projects such as the Kathmandu Sustainable Transport project and others. So we're very happy to be a partner of ADB. Thank you very much. Our facilitator for the session today, Ms. Milag from C40. Where are you? There you are. Thank you. Milag was very helpful in getting the session together. C40 is not an organization that most Nepalese are familiar with because we don't have mega cities like New York or London. But still, Kathmandu is heading that way with a total population of 3 million now. Eventually, we will have all these. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you want to say a few words? All right. Thank you. On behalf of the mayor, I'd like to welcome all of you to Nagarkot. And please enjoy your lunch. I don't want to sit here in between you and your lunch. And thank you very much for BAQ organizers to help us in giving these little mementos and do a little marketing for Kathmandu. Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, lunch is at the executive dining room, second floor. And then please be back in the breakout sessions at 2 p.m. And please visit the exhibition area at the main lobby.
Next to Glenda. You wanted to